Oh, testing. Test. Hello, test. There we go. Oh fuck! Please tell me I pressed the button. God damn it! Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, what's up, Crazio? Restart my client. The hell just hit me there? Yeah, good morning, Valkia. Let's see. Got buffs already rolling. The Sage God at the Masterclass. I'm gonna sign up for sure. I am kind of torn because let's assume I win, which, you know, maybe if I'm lucky, maybe if I'm just really fucking on it. But there's some real stiff competition out there. But the problem is, if I did, the chance of me being able to go to Korea is basically non-existent. So it makes me not want to take that spot. I would love to go. I would love to see somebody like Calb go and actually compete against other sages in the world. But yeah, I'll sign up. I mean, I guess it just is what it is. No dead taxi to Korea for dead. Yeah. That's the thing, is my kids have so many activities and things, and we have competitions and stuff that there's no world that would work. Yo, what's up, Orvik? I got my new monitors set up. Man, it's fucking smooth. Going from 320 from 144 is just as noticeable as going from 144 from 60. It is smooth. I can't even express how smooth this feels. It's probably proportionally about the same jump, right? Let's see. Let's see. 144 divided by 60 is a 2.4 times increase. 320 divided by 144 is a 2.22 increase. So almost exactly the same proportional increase. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally did it. Now I'm not gonna be able to swap. Now I'm torn. This is my problem. Do I go on lower settings to take advantage of the full frame rate of the monitor? Or do I just go to higher quality? Now I wish I had a 5090. Yeah. Cough it up. Fork it over. We gotta wait. Wait for a stupid cooldown. One more minute. Christmas coming up, yeah. Yeah, 5090, $3,000. How much is a 5080? How much could I sell my 5080 for? $2,000. That's how much they are brand new. Oh, mine is actually 1.6 now, and I'd have to sell it for less than that. Yeah, that's not happening. I'd probably have to sell it for just over $1,000, and then I'd be paying another $2,000. I'll wait for the 6080 or the 7080. I run XP Lightstones. Okay, now we can swap. I don't have the link handy. Maybe I'll update my PC command. Just 1 second. I'll update that right now. Let's see. Edit part list. Damn it, I can't remember it off the top of my head. Oh, the box is right beside me. I forgot. 27. No, AC. Oh, it's actually not on PC Part Picker right now because it's so fucking new. Shit, I actually can't put it on my PC Part Picker right now. Anyways, it's the XG27 ACMS. It was just released this year. They were like just hit the shelves and shit. It's one of the higher end IPS monitors. I wasn't sold on OLEDs. Okay. Oh shit, why is this set improperly? There, that's what we're looking for. Too many letters? Well, that's every fucking monitor these days. Every brand has a bajillion monitors, so basically the numbers are the size, and then yeah, the letters. I'm sure each letter stands for something specifically. Okay, am I forgetting anything? Let's see, there's 23 minutes on the AP buff. Maybe I'll run the AP buff before I get started, actually. I only have one issue with this monitor. One issue at all. And it's exclusively because of my setup. So the buttons for the monitor are behind the monitor on the right side, and they go vertically up the side of the monitor. And because it's the center monitor in my triple monitor setup, instead of being able to just easily put my hand around the side and hit the buttons, which would be super easy if it was a single monitor, right? If I didn't have other monitors. But because my other monitor, I got the bezels right next to each other, I gotta reach from underneath and up. Luckily, though, there's an app that I can access to adjust all the settings, so I'm actually just using that instead. Oh wow, with the app, I can actually set it so when certain games and stuff are open, it changes the settings on the monitor automatically. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I wouldn't want a curved monitor. I guess every monitor needs to be a curved monitor after that point, and then you have them all curve around you. But at that point, you might as well get like an ultra wide curved. And then it's like multiple monitors just in one, right? But that shit costs a freaking small down payment on a house. guess I should pop my buff. Dancy? What? The iframe popped up, you fucking cheater game. Pig's cheating. Oh, shit. Make it quit. Oh, I tried to say goodbye to my daughter while fighting, but I ended up missing that CC. Sorry, at least I didn't die. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Okay, note to self. I thought I wouldn't do the judgment this time. I wanted to try something new. Apparently that don't work. Don't mind me just playing with some settings on my monitor. What is ASR? Or ASCR? Smart Contrast Control. I don't notice any difference when I turn it on. I think I like that. So weird. The color profile of this monitor is like the identical of my previous monitor. But it looks better to me. Oh shit, almost spilled my coffee. There's a blue light filter on it too? Oh. I think I just need to add a command for that, huh? The here. I wanted to add it to my PC part picker, but it's so new that PC part picker doesn't even have it listed on there. That's the monitor I got. It's a 27-inch, 320 hertz monitor. Oh fuck, I didn't swap crystals! Yeah, good price monitor too. It's not overpriced like the OLEDs, but goddamn, just, I don't understand. Like I said, the color profile was mainly for the higher refresh rate that I got it, but the I think it's exclamation mark command and then add. I think you just swap the first two words. Yeah, I just got it for the higher refresh rate, and like, I don't know. Just color-wise, it actually looks way better. Maybe not way better, but noticeably better. Yeah, I don't like QD OLEDs. I don't know what a Neo QLED is. I'm assuming you mean the QD OLED. I'm not a fan of them. The text fringing is hard to look at. To me, OLEDs are overpriced and overhyped right now. No house buff? Oh shit, I knew I was forgetting something. I'll do it after this cycle. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, they're overhyped, and because they're overhyped, they're overpriced, right? Like, it's crazy to me how close to an OLED this monitor is that I'm using at less than half the price of a cheap OLED. Oh shit, these things are attacking that. Get over here, you little bastards. Oh, why do I get so many shut up reset? The baseline AP? Well, it's recommended 1980. If you go to the Monster Zone information, they have a recommended AP for every spot in the game. It's pretty accurate. You go based off of that. Not your gear score, but that recommended AP, because, you know, the gear score is only part of the picture. I guess I should pop my loot scroll too, huh? Because some classes have like AP self buffs and AP passives and all that, right? So they'll be able to hit the 1980, for example, a little bit lower gear score than others. Now, at first case, that sounds unfair, but those classes usually have other more defensive passives. So even though it takes a little bit more effort to hit the required AP, but once you are able to go there, it's so much more comfy because you have more defensive stats. Speaking of which, I'm not using a calc right now too, so better get that popped. And I'm not using my veil. Although I don't think I'm going to use my veil. I think as long as I have the 20 node war buff or higher, I don't need the veil. If I use the veil, then I go way over the AP requirement when I'm Z buffed. I'd rather have the attack speed and not have to spend a bunch more recharging it. It's annoying recharging a Veil's Heart. I forgot how annoying it was. You know what I never realized would be a massive benefit, though, of getting a new monitor? Is now having a 2K monitor for my secondary monitor for monitoring OBS and stuff. I have so much more real estate on the screen now for, like, monitoring chat and all that shit. Holy. No, new Elkstone isn't coming out soon. They just did a dev talk actually yesterday. They're still trying to pretend like we feel overwhelmed. Fuck off with that shit. I don't feel overwhelmed. If you're feeling overwhelmed and stressed out over a video game, you need to fucking step off the video game. Such a nonsense excuse. The real reason is they know people have FOMO, and right now there's a lot of people who don't have the DP yet to do Karshan or Caphras, especially Caphras. And once those people get the DP, and that's going to happen really rapidly over the next 2 weeks now because of this event that's coming, they're going to feel pressed to get their weapons up, so they'll now have the AP requirement to also do Karchian and Caphras. And guess what they got to do? Swipey swipey, right? These people with FOMO, swipey swipey. But PA's going to pretend that they're doing it for us. Just a hot load of shit. I'm a PA simp, but that is so fucking blatantly... They are so blatantly full of shit with that. What event? We're getting an event next week that, you're going to be able to fight mini-bosses. You're going to be able to do each of the mini-bosses for this place as well on top. So you're going to be able to get 5 extra stones next week. So all I got to do is hit 8 out of my 9 stones and I can do Caphras. I got to hit 4 50% chances and 4 30% chances. Surely we could hit all of them, right, chat? Right, chat? Right, chat? With enough taps? Well, I only get 9 taps next week, so I gotta hit 8 out of the 9 taps. Oh my god. It's Mr. Daza. Look at that. Hit me with them triple horse buffs. See, the man's trying to keep me alive. That's a homie right there. I swear Daza does it to piss Huntler off, but whenever we're doing our boss run, you know when you're doing the bird guy, and that little laser is following like the lowest gear score guy? Well, it's always following Daza, and I swear Daza's constantly bringing it near Huntler on purpose. Every time he gets Huntler killed, it's too funny to me. I guess I wouldn't feel it's so funny if it were me. Oh, a silent fragment of origin. You know what that means, chat? It means we're fucking rich. Oh shit, just too quick. Come on, come on, come on, come on, you can do it. Oh, wee. A silent crystal of origin, look at that. Cha-ching! Maybe I use one of these. Just kidding. You should be able to stack these with, or at least let us vendor these for like 1 billion silver or something. Like, once you have the merchant ring, you can't do shit with them. They should either let them stack with the merchant ring, or give them a value. Wait, why do I have 4 of the? Oh, that's right. Those are those other ones. Oh, there's also that code. There's a code. Chat, there's a code. But you know what? I want to go to low settings. Let's go to very low. Why create one to sell it? Because it's worth a lot more than if you sell the individual pieces, I believe. Never mind. I was thinking of the distorted price. Oh, goddamn. And how much did I sell that for? Yeah, I basically just threw away 100 of these bitches. Oh, fuck. I don't know why. I thought the silent fragments were the same price as the distorted ones. Oh, shit. That shit's too fucking funny. One second. Hmm. Oh, house buff. That's right. Almost forgot. What's this? Oh, yeah. Yo, did we make it back before? Never mind. Gives you a fair amount of time, though, I guess, eh? How long was that? 2 loading screens plus the time to grab it? Barely even get magical shards? Yeah, I have a fuckload of them. I saved a bunch from all my Dark Seekers grinding. I should sell more of them. What I need to do, you know what maybe I'll do today is I'll buy some light stones. All I needed to get is like some of the cheaper light stones, like 3 light stones that give 500 light stone fragments. I can't remember which ones give that amount though. Obviously strike does, but we're definitely not using a strike. Rage, zeal, predation, rush, do not. Blights, I believe, do. Definitely not the amplified. I think Fallen do as well, right? I wish it said when you moused over them how many it gave. This is why we need that alt feature that PoE has, except for crafting. You hold alt over an item and it shows the recipe to craft it, or what it disassembles into, or recipes it's used in. New crystals. Well, new crystals don't give sheet AP, they just subtract sheet AP. And for the ones that do increase your non-sheet AP, it says right on the crystals how much they increase it. Yeah, it says right on the crystals how much they increase it, Finark. Just add them together. Sorry, fella, I ain't gonna sit there and add them up for you. But it says right on each crystal how much AP it gives you. Well, that's situation based. If you're over the cap, they help you 5%. If you're under the cap, then they fully contribute. If you're under the mob's DR, then it feels like they do nothing. If you're just getting over the mob's DR, it feels like they do everything. Just one of those things. Just feel it out. It's easy to swap them. Go to a spot. If you feel like your damage is low, swap them on. See if you're at the cap. If you're at the cap, then you don't need more AP. If you're not at the cap, then it's a good way to get to the recommended AP or the cap. And the amount they affect you will vary from spot to spot and class to class, and even different thresholds as you're gearing it up depending on the mob's DR. There's no right answer to that. Or no one answer fits all. One fits all answer. I don't know. One answer that fits all situations. Yeah. Kajara. Kanjara, I don't understand the color profile on the LG monitor that I have and this new Asus monitor is supposed to be identical, but this new one definitely looks nicer. It's the same screen too, it's just a matte screen. It's not like it has a glossy screen. I am extremely happy. Maybe better calibration or something? Yeah, I don't know. One thing I found with my LG monitor is like it was very easy for colors to get oversaturated. I've been just playing with the user calibration too, not the presets. Because there's things that I like about various presets. So I've been slowly dialing it in. And yeah, the smoothness increase is so nice. I was doing the math on it. Proportionally, It's nearly just as big of an upgrade going from 144 to 320 as it was going from 60 to 144 back in the day. Almost the same proportionality. And yeah, using the app to adjust things is so much better. Yeah, I don't have the one on my phone. I'm actually just using the software on the PC. I didn't know what the, I couldn't find the phone one. Honestly, I didn't look. But my wrist was getting sore from trying to reach under and up. Giving my stupid monitor a reach around just to get to the panel. I don't know what ASCR does, though. It's supposed to... The smart contrast control. Adjust the brightness according to the contents of the picture will display better darker level, blah, 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 blah. But when I turn it on and off, I notice no difference at all. The DCMI-P32, I thought that was the wide gamut. Apparently it isn't. reminds me, I should pop some buffs. Oh, it's a Medozen. I still can't get over the biggest upgrade. Having a 2K monitor for my side monitor. Oh my god. The real estate on my OBS is huge now. Your third Raw Herald? You bastard. I still only have one. I've crafted 7 pities. How many have you pitied so far? All from spot 4. You know, I've seen a lot of people get it. You sold your pities? Oh. $50 hours. So you've done 3 Raws in 50 hours. That's crazy. I wonder if Garmoth shows that same stat. 'Cause I know you get less of the pities there. Let's see. Yeah, it's supposed to be one full drop every 100 hours there. And at Zephyrus, it's supposed to be one full drop every 50 hours. So, yeah, you've been boosted. You've been absolutely boosted. If you've got 3 in half the amount of time it's supposed to take you to get 1, you're fucking boosted. Yeah, boosted people constantly say that. The fuck? Little bastard desync there. Time for some more monitor tweaking. Yeah, I can't get over it. I don't know if it's... Maybe it's just preference, probably is. I just like the way sRGB looks best. But I don't like their preset of sRGB. They have a sRGB preset that you can basically only adjust the brightness. Or you can go and set the color profile to sRGB, but do user defined and then adjust the other stuff. Yeah, so if I use the app, it'll only let me use their base sRGB profile. And like I said, the only thing you can adjust is the brightness. But if I go to user defined and then I use the buttons on the back of the monitor, I could go to the color spacing and adjust it to sRGB, but still have access to adjust everything else. My other monitor also didn't have that capability. It might also just be because like you're used to it and I'm used to this, right? You've probably been playing with your settings like that for a long time now. You're used to it, so when you switch to something else, it just feels off. Or for me, it's the other way around. One of those kind of subjective things. You just gotta choose what you like best. But this monitor, yeah, like my old monitor, the LG one, there was just the profile. It was just like using the profile of the sRGB on here, where it only lets you adjust the brightness and that's it. But this one actually has another section where I can go to user define, still set it to sRGB, but it's not like a template. I can adjust the other things, and it allows me to dial it in a bit more. It's actually the best way to describe it is it feels it's kind of like between what HDR was on my old monitor and sRGB. It's kind of like right in the middle. I feel like one of these monitors was false advertised, though. Because in regards to the brightness and the color, I just don't understand how different they can look. Like I said, I completely expected basically the exact same type of screen, just higher refresh rate. And it was definitely a picture upgrade as well. So I don't know, maybe the LG is underrated or overrated, sorry, and this one was underrated or what? I'm kind of baffled. Maybe I need to give it a bit of a closer look later. Maybe I'll set my monitors to clone each other, and then set the settings identical. Just set it to that sRGB profile that doesn't let you configure anything but brightness. Put them both up to 100%. Then at least it's about as much of an apples to apples comparison as I can get. I have, actually. And look decent, but like I said, the quirks and stuff are just too much for me. When you're sitting there and you're going into the store and they're just playing a video on it, sure, it looks fantastic. But the text fringing on the QD OLEDs, I'm not a fan of at all. dealing with burn-in, knowing how much I use my PC. Even though it's been minimized. I know you're probably in the middle of typing burn-in's been solved, but it is still something that accumulates over time. And like I use my PC way too much, and if I'm gonna spend that type of money on a monitor, I want a monitor that's going to not have any defects. Basically, acceptable, what is deemed an acceptable defect 10 years from now on it, you know? It's not you, Diddles. You would not believe. Kanjara puts it great. There's like a cult of OLED people that refuse to acknowledge any of the drawbacks of it. The same way, like, vegans are a cult. It's actually so tiring to talk about monitors because of it. But yeah, if you're using it like just for gaming and watching movies and you're only using it like a couple hours a day or maybe even just a few days a week, I think OLEDs are fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, right? But for someone like me, sitting here as many hours a day, every day, it just doesn't seem like... If I'll be honest, it's 100% the burn-in. And BDO has a lot of static UI elements on it as well, right? Like the brighter elements are the ones that are going to cause it. The horse icon. They're always in the same screen, same section of the screen all the time for the whole time I'm playing for hours and hours and hours. And if I'm going to spend $1,000 on a monitor, you know, I don't expect it to stay my primary monitor for, you know, more than 3 to 5 years like you, right? But I do want it to eventually become my secondary monitor, right? When I upgrade it, I have 3 monitors, and it's kind of a trickle down. I replace the main one, the old main one gets moved over, the secondary old main one gets moved over, and then the worst of the 3 gets, you know, kicked out of the club. And I just can't justify spending that type of money on a monitor knowing that there will be some burn-in by the time it becomes the side monitor. And it'll annoy the hell out of me seeing a horse icon on the side of the screen when it's my side monitor. Even if it is super faint, right? It'll still annoy me to no end. I'm really excited to hear, though, now that the QD OLEDs are coming out, I'm really excited to see how effective those are at mitigating the burn-in, because those do seem like they, you know, once again, it's not going to be completely solved, but it might be mostly like, if it's something you don't notice until a decade later, yeah, I don't expect a monitor to last a decade. Although one of my monitors I'm still using is 15 years old, and it's still just as good as the day I got it. A horse, Doc? Yeah, I was gonna say, I think he meant cock. You're like thinking cock and dick at the same time and combined them. There's funny images I've seen where somebody's like, yeah, I got burned on my own monitor, any way to replace it? And you see like X videos burnt into the screen. Or something like that. Oh, shit. Like, goddamn. Oh, damn. Oh, actually, I should actually not do that. The pocket watch? I don't know. That's used for leveling a character or something like that, right? Yeah, for a brand new player, probably does take a little bit of time. Also depends how much you're playing per day too, right? When you say a couple days, if you only played maybe a couple hours each day, that's a little bit more on course. I think a lot of people overstate how quickly it is to level, how quick it is to level, because they know how to level, right? They know how to quickly go through all the strokes, and for a new player, you know, you're still kind of trying to, you feel overwhelmed with all this information you're trying to pick up, and it definitely slows you down trying to ingest it all. In the case of BDO though, a couple days is not even a blink of an eye. Any tips for leveling? I don't know. Right now I'm not, no. All this black smoke and stuff they put around. During Node Wars and I can, yeah. When I put it on the lowest settings. It's not so much about hitting the cat. It's more so now there's actual visual benefit. There's obviously always an input benefit of going higher FPS than your monitor's capability of displaying, but now there's actually a visual benefit to it as well. Oh? Just 1 second, I'm gonna restart my game. No, you can't give an AP buff. You just give the a drop rate to everybody grinding in your area for an hour. I'll be back, chat. Okay, Chad, I'm back. It'd be nice if PA could update past AMD FSR1. Yep, and add DLSS, DS. Shit, what's? I can never remember the acronym for the NVIDIA one. But yeah, they should. They should do both. Or at the very least, DLSS. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What the hell? Okay. So now it's working. Maybe I had to restart the game? That ASCR is definitely on now. Looked kind of off on my end. Interesting. Okay, what's going on? This should not be happening. I thought I fixed that. Do you have to walk by it to see what in a corner? I have no idea what you're talking about. English translation, somebody? What the actual fuck? It's doing that thing again. I thought I fixed that. It's the same size as my other monitor. No, 27 inch. I don't want a 32 inch monitor. Yeah, I like my 27-inch monitors because I keep the monitor pretty close to me. I feel like if I had 32-inch monitors, I'd have to push them back further on my disc. I think I'm taking big damage right now. Oh, I don't have consumables popped. There's your problem. Wondering why I was taking so much damage. Like, damn, this place is kind of scary right now. Is it nighttime? Wait. Wait. We're using the wrong artifact set right now. We're not using our XP ones. What's going on here? My crystals set up properly? Yeah, crystals are fine. Back attack? Yeah. Kill more of the specters. For PvE, yeah. Can't kill more? Sure you can. It's based on how many frogs you kill, not how many specters you kill. Oh, I'm not talking about the bosses, the frogs. I'm talking about the specters. You're trying to get more of those between boss spawns. Yeah, you're only getting 4 to 5 frogs an hour. You can't really deviate from that. Oh, lunch here. Pardon? Oh, okay. My food arrived. I'm gonna take a second to eat. Did I like the dev talk? The dev talk was a big nothing burger. They told us... They apologized for delaying things. They bullshitted us about why they delayed the alchemy stone. And they just gave us a couple more updated dates on things we already knew. So it was a big nothing burger for me. I mean, some communication's better than no communication, but there was nothing new in there. So it's kind of whatever. Nothing I'm going to praise them for. Yo, what's up, Ben Life? The best thing about the dev talk was getting to listen to that very handsome Korean on screen. His voice is so soothing. It reminds me of somebody. I can't figure out who, though. But his English accent is fantastic. No, he had a head full of hair. It does remind me of a bald man, though. What do you think? Will they make Elkstone something? What do you mean? Oh, they're definitely going to make a new Elkstone, for sure. You got to remember, for each castle in Adania, the gear score requirement goes up. And the current castle... Sorry, let me finish what's in my mouth here. This castle requires an AP cap. So if they want the next 5 castles that are going to occupy this area to also have an increasing requirement, they need to add more gear score to the game. Right? They need to, at least if they want to scale up AP-wise. Now, with a new Elkstone on the horizon, that's a great opportunity to do that. And they can also combine it within the same theme that they've been adjusting everything else, whether it was your evasion and DR gear, your Nuver and your Black Star, all those things, they'll just combine it, right? And I think it'll end up having the same AP as a Vel's Heart. This is a Vel's Heart, by the way, for anybody looking at it. That's a skin on a Vel's Heart. But it'll have the on-use effect of both a AP and a DP stone. It's going to start at 3 AP, and every enhancement level is going to go up 1 AP. This is my prediction. And that gives them, with an extra 10 AP added to the game, that means each of these castles, the AP requirement can increase by 2. And then also they have lots of headroom in terms of the DP requirement. And then they'll make it so you can either convert your Vel. They'll do probably like a Vel and a Gem of Twilight to convert to a base. They'll probably let a Splendid convert to a Tri. And then they'll let like a Shining convert to like an Oct or a Nov or something, right? For the maybe one person who has one. And they say that they don't want to add this Alchemy Stone now because they're worried about us feeling overwhelmed. I call bullshit. I'm a PA simp. I give them credit probably more often than I should, but that is such hard bullshit to me. They are 100% preying off of FOMO right now. What they are actually doing is right now, in order to do Tenebrom Castle and Zephyros Castle, you need a pretty high AP requirement. I mean, you need all the AP for this castle. So what they want to do is right now, they want all the people who are currently working on their armors that are just about to reach the DP requirement of these castles. They want the FOMO of not having the AP to make them want to swipe to get their AP up. So this way they can do these castles. If they add that Alchemy Stone now, people no longer need deck weapons or Nov weapons for these castles. They no longer need those weapons, and that FOMO will not make them swipe. That is 100% the reason they're not releasing the Alchemy Stone. And that's 100% the reason why they're pumping out an event right now to boost everybody's DP. So they'll meet the DP requirements of these castles, but now they'll feel pressed to push the AP for these castles, and they'll swipe for it. And they're trying to make money off that shit. It is not about us. It is about them 100%. That argument they're making makes me mad. It is such bullshit gaslighting, trying to tell them that they're doing it for us. Or maybe I'm wrong, And maybe they've been just slacking off with it, and it's getting delayed because they just haven't put much work into it. I can't imagine allowing us to cron those stones is a lot of work, considering it's systems they already use. But even then, that's my second guess, is if I'm wrong about the first, then they're probably just delayed, and once again, instead of admitting that they're falling behind, they just want to pretend like they're doing it for us. Or they gotta wait for the whales' wallets to recover a bit. Maybe that too. It seems so ridiculous, this notion. A game that we once played in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, where we spent years and years and years of having unlimited progression ahead of us. So much progression that even the idea of getting close to... Even the idea of finishing one slot felt so outlandish. And now we're going to pretend because they're adding one more thing that we're overwhelmed? Fuck off. It is... I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not for a second. Just say you're falling behind, or say we want to wait and release this with the thing, but don't bullshit us. I don't mind waiting, but don't bullshit us. Just say, you know what, we want to release this with Adonia Part 2. Or, we've fallen behind, we've been working on other things that we've considered more important. I would much rather have either of those two answers. BDO has had the benefit, and one of the things that drew me to BDO over other MMOs, I quit playing MMOs for years. Because, yeah, exactly, they all catered to casuals. I was like, I don't want a casual MMO. The whole nature of an MMO to me is completely anti-casual. Original Ultima Online did not feel casual. Original EverQuest did not feel casual. I liked how difficult and challenging some things were. Like, questing in the original EverQuest was a fucking mystery. There were some quests that were never solved because there was just so much effort. You would talk to an NPC, there was nothing to hold your hand, tell you to which NPC to go. The NPC would say some riddle of information that you got to try to figure out and correlate. Maybe you ran into an NPC that he's referring to in some random spot of the world. I liked how hardcore that felt, how much of an adventure it felt. And it felt like so many MMOs deviated from that. So when BDO came out and it was like there's this unlimited progression, it was like a breath of fresh air. It was like finally a game that's going back to what I love. And now it feels like they are just steering away from that, and it's really frustrating me. It's really frustrating me. Because if BDO goes too far in that direction, I might quit MMOs for good. Because I'm not going to get fooled again by that shit. I like that BDO was like, in a market full of casual MMOs, BDO was like, nah, we understand that this isn't the most popular format, but we have a niche that we want to cater to. I don't think that's the case. I think, you know, correlation doesn't equal causation, right? All games slowly die over time. All of them. They'll have little spikes here and there depending on content and stuff they release, and BDO is still doing that. But that's just the nature of any game. And I don't think you can necessarily correlate those with each other, unless the developers have very clearly given up on updating their previous project, and BDO has definitely not done that. Pearl Abyss has definitely not done that with Black Desert. You got to remember, right? And a lot of people are really weird about this. They only want Pearl Abyss to ever touch Black Desert and nothing else. They don't realize that games all eventually die. Yeah, there's a couple outliers that are always going to hang on, like WoW, obviously, right? But ultimately, like, look at how many that haven't. Comparing any game and thinking that it should be able to perform the way WoW did it's such a outlier. Wow, it had so many other things going for it that'll never come back, right? It was able to blaze a lot of trails, but you got to remember, Pearl Abyss is a company that employs a ton of people, and those people who are working there have families, and they're trying to be responsible to their employees and expand their portfolio of IPs, right? They are trying to make sure that the livelihood of all of its employees aren't based exclusively off BDO. Because, like, what happens if, you know, they could do all the right things with BDO, all the right things, but some company just comes out with some new product that all of a sudden the BDO players abandon it. Even though Pearl Abyss did everything right, as much as they can. But there was just this unforeseen outlier that it came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, now they're hemorrhaging money, and they have no backup IPs to generate revenue. And then the company just crumbles rapidly. They're trying to build other IPs that can generate revenue, so when the day comes, not if, when the day comes, you know, and BDO starts losing money, that's not their only source of revenue. What do you think distinguishes WoW from BDO? Well, it's much more casual, but once again, it got to blaze the trails. World of Warcraft was the very first casual MMO that became mainstream. That people who, at the time, you would never think of being gamers, decided to leap into MMOs in gaming because of WoW. And because of that, WoW was able to build up a large community, and a lot of those people, they have the maybe for lack of a better word, the sunken cost fallacy. They don't want to leave their communities. They're settled in their WoW universe. They love the people they play with. Their communities will stay there probably till the day they die, right? And no game will ever have that opportunity available to them ever again. Because you can't be first anymore once there's been a first. That was a privilege that WoW managed to carve out for themselves that is unobtainable by anybody else now, because you can't be first when somebody's first. Just imagine, for example, if you made a tissue box, if you made tissues that were 10% softer than Kleenex. Kleenex will still stay number one. Because people are set on it, right? They're used to their purchases. It's a household name. The brand has become synonymous with the product. Once someone cracks augmented reality like SAO, what's SAO? But I get what you're saying. Yeah, maybe VR MMOs, whichever game ends up doing that first, and if it ends up being like as good as, you know, we tried to imagine that it could be, maybe that'll be the next one that's the first in that market. Yeah. I do wish we had better player retention. That is the biggest issue that BDO has, and that's part of the reason too why Pearl Abyss worked on quality of life so hard last year. They clearly recognize retention is an issue. You can ask almost anybody who's played any MMO, Have they tried BDO? And so many people be like, yeah, I love that game, or I love the combat in that game. But either X, Y, or Z reason they left, right? Yeah, and it's a combination of things, right? I think they went a little too hard on quality of life. The thing about doing only quality of life upgrades is it helps with player retention, but it doesn't bring new players into the game. Content brings new players into the game and brings old players back. Quality of life doesn't bring old players back or new players into the game, right? You don't even know what a quality of life improvement means if you've never played the game. So it's all about balancing both, right? Trying to do quality of life and regular content updates. The regular content updates keep people coming, keep new players coming to the game and get old players to come back. And then while they come back, they go, oh, cool, look it. I remember this used to be this way, but they actually changed it this way. That's so much better, right? So you have to have both. They go hand in hand. If you focus too much on one or the other, it's just not going to work out well for you. And last year was definitely a little too heavy-handed on quality of life. Think of Ready Player One, it's an anime. Yeah, you get that VR weeb shit MMO? God damn. There's the trail to blaze. And then you can get your Guardian in a Checkmate outfit, or get your homie to put a Guardian, log on his Guardian in a Checkmate outfit, and you can walk up and stick your nose right where it doesn't belong. And then all they gotta do is hook up that smell-o-vision and we're set. How long do you want to leave? You want to go right now? Okay, sounds good. We all know Leoprim is best for sealing the smell factor, and I don't even know what Neoprim is. Oh, Guardian! Yo, let's see. Well, Apparel, Garden, Leo. I don't think this is what you're talking about. Are you sure it was Leo? Oh, it's back to Sage. Don't know why I don't recognize these. I was like, huh? Really? Yo, don't look at that. My wife's here. What's that, chat? There's nothing on my screen. What are you talking about? Boom!
Like she would not be.
That's her underwear. I'm looking for an actual outfit, but I can't find it. Yeah. I'll be up there in 2 seconds. Oh, Leporum. Oh, this one. God damn. She even got a built-in jockstrap on there. Wait. Oh, it's actually closed right now. There you go. Now the redeems are working. You know, I might know a thing or two about female anatomy, and there's something kind of interesting about this outfit. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. I have to go AFK for like 10 minutes or so. Maybe 15. It's actually completely unrelated to the outfit. I actually got to go drop my wife off somewhere real quick. Before you guys get the wrong idea, I better make it clear. I just realized how that sounded. Oh shit! I'll be right back, chat. Okay, I'm back. What's up, chat? Oh my goodness. I ain't that high. How we doing, chat?
Splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum boom yes 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 yes.
Come on, baby, don't fear the reaper. What are we doing on Adana fragments or Herald fragments? 35, 35. Oh, fuck, don't jump. Slowly chipping away.
Splagger, blagger, 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 blum, 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 bing, 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 spiggity bum, 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 yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. What am I doing with my hit times? I'm considering selling them. I mean, I do got some things that I technically want to upgrade, but I never use them, so it's like I'd only be upgrading them in the off case that I use them. Off chance. Like, the only time I use my BSR ones is for capped content, and for capped content I'm at the EP cap with or without it, the upgrades. And I want to upgrade 2 DR and 2 evasion ones, but I kind of don't until I know what's going on with the rock meta. Because once you upgrade your Dawn crystals, you can't sell them anymore. And I have all my Lightstone sets that I want to use all upgraded. So might just sell them. If for some reason something happens, those upgrades that I just mentioned are all so inconsequential that if I do see a situation arise where I'm going to use them more often, I could always just upgrade them later. It's not going to take long. Yeah, I already upgraded my XP Lightstone setup. I grind with it. Part of me, though, wants to upgrade those things, because I need, what, 4 plus 3, so 700 more, and then I could just say I'm officially done. And I'm already at 400, so I actually need less than 300. You know, that's like, what, 12 bill? Or I guess 21 bill once I have 700 of them. Ooh, I didn't realize the drop buffs and stuff wore off. Hopefully that man's about to do some Sangoon or Gumi out. Yeah. That's a good idea too, maybe wait for that. If you take a look at Heralds and those distorted crystals though, it seems like it's just the max price of all of them combined. Doesn't look like you get a, what would you call it, a binder's fee, a crafter's fee added on top. But it might be worth waiting for that. I don't know if there are any of them. I'm actually surprised. There's none that are at that point yet. They would effectively have to sell for what, 3 billion silver more? So in the case of like an amplified I would have to sell for 8 bill to be break even. Actually, I still wouldn't break even, I believe, because you still use magical shards, right? Yeah, magical shards and the Lightstones themselves probably have to be closer to like 8.5 bill, maybe 9 bill. Yeah, and these are nowhere even close. We're gonna need a bunch of silver next week, though. Gonna have 9 taps to do, so. I can't remember how many crons it takes per click right now. Isn't it like 1,000 per try? This man's just doing the AP ones. Do the drop one, you rat. Maybe next week, all of my bad luck bounces back, and I go crazy with the armors. 4 maintenance and get the extra 5? No. You need the event to start. The event starts after maintenance. You don't get extra stones for the bosses you're already doing. You just have to fight, from what I understand, a weakened version of the bosses on top of the bosses you already do. They're probably the equivalent of like the story bosses. It's probably just gonna roll your face all over them. Let's see, how much is it per click? Let's see. Yeah, about 1,000. And then, oh, yeah, practically the same price for that too. So I got 9 clicks to do. About 1,000 a piece, 9,000 crons. Getting another 1,000 crons tonight. Mr. Zethian, I like Mystic, but people in my guild who will remain nameless are incapable of dropping damage on people I catch. What do you do? You become the damage. Or you find a new guild. Or work on your own timing. Maybe it's not a them problem, maybe it's a you problem. Maybe the push has already happened and now they're pulling back to get HP, stam, or whatever back, and now you're diving in fucking Leroy Jenkins style after everybody's trying to recover. I don't know, right? Yeah. I run 1100 AP, so I actually do damage to those people. I just have to be careful about how much, if a ranger looks at me the wrong way, my character falls over. At least if they're built for damage, which range classes usually are. One of these days I want to get a pure AP stone in my full glass setup and literally just hang back and kill just the shies and the DP memes. Just fucking start two-tapping them all for 30 minutes. I would get so many frags because there's so many DP memes. Not just on their side too. They'll say we have more DP memes. We'll say they have more. I think the reality is that both guilds have way too fucking many because this rock meta is garbage. But, man, there's so many on both sides. AP Stone, you could probably feast on them. Roll around with almost 1400 AP on those guys. Be kind of funny. Yo, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, fella. Holy. That man just made my day. That is funny. Didn't even have to do anything for that one either. Imagine the sense of entitlement you have to think that you are obligated to receive attention, or people are obligated to give you attention. That is absolutely phenomenal. That is absolutely phenomenal. That man doesn't realize how telling that is of him. Especially when it's something that he could legit just hang out here and see. He could just chill and watch the stream and get his answer. But he wants it spoon-fed. Yeah, he wants a JG Wentworth that shit. Been watching that commercial on repeat. It's my answer and I want it now. Yeah. Well, you don't have to worry about Divios killing you this week. Not unless you win the free-for-all. Divios actually only needs to hit 4 enhancements, so what Divios should probably do is do his 5 weekly bosses for the event. See if he gets boosted and goes 4 out of 5, because if he goes 4 out of 5, that means he can do Kafras, and then potentially get another 5 stones instead of 4. Me, there's no hope of that. No matter what, I gotta do Karshan again, and I'll likely have to do it again the following week. Unless I get some crazy kind of boosted. What's the probability of hitting 4 50% chances followed by 4 30% chances? What's the probability of that, chat? That's got to be like a percentage of a percentage. That's got to be like a 1 in 10,000 or some shit. Maybe not that low. 1 in 1,000 maybe. I am. Black stars are such a good thing to fail stack on. It's like a win-win. You either get lucky and you make money, or you get unlucky and you get the stacks. And like everywhere in between, you make money. It's not really how much. It's not really are you gonna make money. It's how much money are you gonna make. Is a 1 in 2,000. God damn. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. When I asked that question, I was waiting for somebody to be like, it's 50-50, you get or you don't. Oh, I'm so funny. But nobody did. I appreciate you guys. You guys are stepping it up. Now, can we get a show of hands? How many of you were thinking of typing that when I asked that question? Be honest. Maybe. Hey, you know what? You showed restraint, though, and discipline. Shut up, Beefy. You bastard. Yeah, I don't know. This idea, you guys, going back to the conversation where we were having just before I left. This idea that people are feeling overwhelmed with progression. There was so much progression back in the day that, like I said, the idea of finishing one slot, even that felt insane. And I never felt overwhelmed by it. I looked at it as like, holy shit, the possibilities are endless. And like, yeah, there were people ahead of me, but I wasn't jealous of them. That shit motivated me. I was like, God damn, like Gundel was so far ahead of everyone else. That didn't make me upset that he was that far ahead of me, right? And others. It motivated you. It inspired you because you're like, God damn, that man is efficient. But this idea now that people are overwhelmed because there's too much progression, it's just like, stop with the hand holding. They're not overwhelmed, they're jealous. They're jealous because other people are more efficient or, you know, more willing or able to swipe, which that's a whole other argument, how far pay to win we've actually moved. I'm overwhelmed? No, you're not. You get that little grin off your face. You're full of it. I'm just whelmed. Yo, nobody used the word whelmed. I think whelmed just means like you're in it, right? More unemployed. But that's the thing, if you're employed, you could swipe and make more gains than the unemployed. That's the thing, though, is having more content means there's more milking to be done, not limiting the content. Do you think the Giga Whales are going to stop? They're going to be like, oh, I'm far enough ahead. So if it was a milking argument, that shit's self-defeating. The only thing stopping some of these people from swiping more right now is they have nothing to swipe on. They've already hit their... They already have everything maxed out. They're just waiting on their time-gated stones. And surprise, surprise, PA is deciding to start giving us more stones through an event. You starting to think that they're realizing that these Giga Whales have no reason to swipe now? I don't know. Like I said, I just wish they'd say it as it is. Stop pretending like you're doing it, holding the Alchemy Stone update for us. Just say you want to release it with the Dania Part 2. Or say that you're falling behind, whichever of the two it might be. I would rather than be honest and pretend like they're doing that for us, because it does not feel like it's for us. Is there anybody in chat here that got that message about the Alchemy Stone update and said, oh thank God, I was feeling so overwhelmed? Thank you, PA. Don't care because not there to worry about it. See? And that's a good mentality. That's the way people should be. They're like, eh, I'll worry about it when I get there. Not feeling pressed about it. You don't feel overwhelmed by it. The only time people feel pressed by them adding new upgrades is if they're jealous that other people are going to get it ahead of them. And they have FOMO, right? Or the... Maybe not FOMO. The fear of falling behind. So what is that? FAFB? Yeah. No, that's why I said the pay-to-win argument is really big. Throughout the history of BDO, you used to be able to defend the pay-to-win claims because, for one, there was nothing you could call that was winning. Sure, like people like Estimate and stuff could swipe their asses off, but what were they winning? There was nothing. There was nothing, right? There was nothing you could attribute to with a win in those situations. But now, like, the fact that two people, and no shade at them, right? This is a PA criticism, not a them criticism. But I'm technically outgeared by Norelio and Blue Squadron right now. Blue Squadron primarily because of pay to win, and Norelio because of luck, right? And time-gated content. I've been playing this game for 9 years, almost 10. 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. And someone like Blue Squadron technically outgears me now because of how affordable they've made pay to win, and combined with him getting lucky with time-gated content. It's kind of crazy. It feels disrespectful of my time invested in the game. Now, luckily, it doesn't... I'm not super pressed by that because I've always focused on fun, not efficiency. But if you're an efficiency-focused player and you're willing to put your fun on the sideline, you gotta feel real upset about that, because now you're like, what was even the point? I tried to be as efficient as possible, work my ass off to get an edge, and people are able to just swipe that edge, and now I've spent this much time not having fun, putting my fun on the shelf for it. I've actually focused on fun, so I can at least look back and be like, yeah, I enjoyed those times. And people think I'm crazy for it. They think I'm crazy for actually enjoying circles, but I do find this relaxing. It's IRL. In a game! Oh, so true. But yeah, now you can't really defend the pay-to-win side of BDO. Like, when you take a look at Kafra's castle, like, the majority of the people in there are just swipers. And like I said, no shade at them, right? Good for them. But you can't really defend it now. Yeah. Well, that's definitely what's going to happen, right? Is for these whales to maintain, they're going to spend their tens of thousands of dollars, and then PA will roll out a new armor set, and it'll be equalized, and they will have to pay again if they don't want to play. It's going to be like a subscription to stay at the top. There'll be new Karazat accessories, new armors, new weapons. You'll exchange from where you're at to the next tier. And you'll have to play to upgrade from there or pay. And obviously if you pay, you'll get it faster. Well, you definitely could. Because there was nothing they were winning. What did Hercules win before then? Right now, there's like something you can clearly say they've won because of it. You know, Fluos, he's a good lawn, but he's obviously a crazy swiper. And without that swiping, would he even be able to participate in that castle? No, right? I can't imagine that he would be able to. But now he's bought his entry ticket into the castle. I also don't think he's as good as Biceptimus. There's just a class advantage there, right? Once again, I'm not saying he's bad, but there's definitely, you know, that's a very one-sided matchup class-wise. Just swipe and play the right class, and then, you know, you can succeed quite well now. And class has always been a thing, right? There's always been class imbalances. Yeah. And that was something that I always complimented PA for in the past, is the synergistic relations, the symbiotic relationship, sorry, not synergistic, the symbiotic relationship between the free-to-play player and the whale. The whale would swipe to get silver to buy the gear, and in the process of selling the costumes, it would enhance your progression, the free-to-play player's progression, right? Because they would buy the gear, they would effectively, you know, do multiple steps to exchange real money for the gear they want, and then the free-to-play player buys a costume, takes their 2 billion silver, and now makes it worth 3 billion silver, so they were able to stretch out their playtime. I thought it was an amazingly well-designed system, because both the free-to-play player and the whale benefited from it. But now that you just gamble those boxes and all the progression is behind crons, they don't kick it back to the free-to-play player the way they used to. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, those dims definitely hurt the devouring market. And they also get a bunch of stacks too, so it hurts the despair market as well, right? Okay, but what was he winning? Right? That's the distinction difference that I'm making. There was no prize in the past. Sure, you could gear stomp newer players and whatnot, but there was almost no open world PvP anyways. It was just a person if you talked them to go into the battle arena with you. He certainly wasn't beating anybody relevant in the game, and there was no reward associated with it, aside from potentially stoking ego, right? I'm assuming you're still talking about Hercules, where now there's actually something that even the highest end people desire, right? People want to own this castle. Like there's a very distinguishable prize now, right? That you can win by swiping, or at least earn yourself access to swiping. That the majority of the work can be accomplished by picking the right class and swiping like crazy on your gear. Like personally, I don't think being able to beat on noobs is a prize. If you feel like that's rewarding to you, that's more telling about you than that really says anything else. I think we would all agree it feels much better when you face somebody that when you're at a disadvantage and you manage to overcome, that is so much more satisfying than being the person with the advantage and just beating on noobs. But like all of those things I just said are subjective, right? And that's why there isn't like this clear defined prize, which makes it arguable whether something's just pay to win or for convenience. But now there's a prize. We're looking right at it. This is the prize. And you can swipe your way into access.
To this. Not to own it, you still have to be able to play, but you can swipe your way into the ticket, right? You can buy your way in there. You trying to get bodied in the Sage tournament or what? I am hoping and praying I don't lose 10 billion silver. I'm going to sign up, but if I don't show up, I lose 10 bill, and, like, I got tons of things going on in my kids' lives. And if for some reason there's a conflict, I will not
Be able to show up. I'd dodge if I were you too. Shut up, Dragor. Dragor, BA right now. BA3 in the back. BA8? Oh, my bad. I'm old. My vision's getting fucked up. 3s and 8s look the same. Because it's bait. Yo, I never associated. What? Goddamn, see, I'm not caught up with this Zoomer lingo. This is why Beefy. This is why Beefy's him. My goodness. My goodness. I had never realized. I don't have the gear score to sign up, so gotta get to work. Well, you don't have much time. I think you gotta, like, get to actual work, not in-game, but... time to do a few more gigs. Get to swiping. That's funny too, is it's probably pretty cheap to swipe your way to like 810 gear score. With how affordable they've made it. I bet there's gonna be a lot of people who are gonna do that. But yeah, I want to participate, Dragor, so I hope that there is no time conflicts. I'm definitely signing up. If I lose 10 bill, I lose 10 bill, whatever. I'll remote into my PC on my phone and then just die so I get my 10 bill back. Yeah. So, from what I understand, in order to sign up for the tournament, it's a multi-step process. You're going to have to actually sign up on the website. there's probably going to be a Google Doc, and you have to give them your ID. Because they are going to fly you. You have to prove that you're over 18, because if you win, you're going to get flown to Korea for a final tournament. So you have to give your ID, you have to buy a 10 billion ticket in-game, and have 810 gear score to be eligible. Sounds like you're gonna get kidnapped. I could really use a nap. My wife says I act like a kid. Oh, I'm gonna die! What the hell? It's nighttime, isn't it? Holy shit. No, you get the title and stuff if you win in NA. There's just going to be another tournament on top. They're flying the winners of every class out from every region. And I think there's going to be like a big final tournament. So we will find out who the best are in the world or in each region. And then there will be another tournament to find out who are the best of each class in the world. And that'll also probably come with even more prizes. I mean, just getting the opportunity, if you're capable, getting the opportunity to be flown to Korea and participate in something like that, they'll probably take everybody out for dinner and all that. Although they're going to have to get like a banquet hall. If you get like, what, how many classes? Let's say 26, or maybe it's 27 classes per region. Whew, it's going to be a lot of people. But that's going to be hype. I think that's the most exciting part, and that's something that makes me not want to win. So if I lose, I'm losing on purpose, by the way, chat. But the probability of me being able to go out to Korea when I win is about a 0.0000001% chance. And that kind of bums me out. Because if they don't at least, like if number 1 can't go out, maybe they'll allow number 2 to come out in their place. I want NA to wipe the floor with all these other regions. We've already beaten EU, what, half a dozen times? Time for NA to exert its dominance on the other regions and show everybody what EU's had to deal with. The absolute menace we are on NA. How does Suck Guardian do into Awaken Guardian? I'm not even sure like who that matchup favors. I would think it would favor Awakened, because I think they have more iframes, right? NA's easy mode? Hey, you can say that all you want, but the tournaments we've had have all been gear capped, and NA has won every time. So, just is what it is, fella. NA is better. Maybe this will be the first time. Yeah. Yeah, I think Awaken is the better grab and has more iframes. Yeah. It's not based on spec, right? Like, Suck Sages aren't going to just fight Suck Sages. It's like all Sages fight each other. So in the case of Sage, you know, I think it's very clear that an Awakened Sage is going to win. If a Suck Sage wins, they are an absolute god. My parents are way too old to be left alone for too long. Time to take them with you. When is this happening? It's starting in October. The signups look like they're going to be early October. The Korean barbecue? I have never had Korean barbecue. I missed out too. When I went to LA in June, when PA flew me out to LA in June, my head was all types of fucked up, and after we finished all of our official business, we were supposed to go out for dinner, and I ended up bowing out on dinner. I ended up just wanting to go back to the hotel and get some rest. Which I'm actually really happy I did, but still really bummed out that I did. I'm bummed out because, yeah, they went for a Korean barbecue. It would have been cool to spend some more time with them before I left. But it was kind of a good thing, too, because my flight ended up getting delayed, which made me miss my connecting flight, and I ended up having to spend 24 hours in an airport. If I didn't get that extra sleep, holy, I don't know if I would have been able to make it. I would have been so pissed off and agitated that I probably would have got arrested and banned from flying. I'd have been so pissed off. I was fucking mad. Oh. Damn, we got 7 in that cycle? Let's go. I've been making my own Korean barbecue here at home. It's just all about that gochujang. I've been putting that shit on everything. That's my fucking Frank's Red Hot. I put that shit on everything. You can make such a banging homemade barbecue sauce with that shit and just throw it on the grill. Oh my god. Char suey? I don't know what the hell that is. Let me look it up. Chinese barbecue pork. Okay. Oh, it's SIU. It's eaten with rice, used as an ingredient for noodle dishes and in stir fries. Oh, it's Cantonese. A Cantonese-style barbecue pork, originating in Guangdong. Ooh. It is eaten with rice, used as an ingredient for noodle dishes or in stir fries, or as a filling for whatever that is, or pineapple buns. Oh my goodness. That does look delicious, though. Yeah, I bet I'd like that. I bet it's kind of like a sweet, tangy, right? Kind of like a sweet, tangy taste to it would be my guess. Oh damn, why are we talking about food? Let's move on. I already ate. I ate like an hour ago, and now I'm fucking hungry again because we're talking about food. Trying to be on a diet here. Can't get over how nice this monitor is. You know what's kind of crazy to think about? When they originally announced the Adana region and the Adani armors, the amount of stones we expected to get in the first year, after this event is over, we'll have already received as many stones as we originally thought it was going to take a year to get. I think
Yeah, Tracy, we have a small Canadian man really mad at Bay 2B. I guess his flight got delayed and he's pouting. Can you bring him some poutine and ketchup chets?
Oh my god. And you know what? That's all it would take. I'd be sitting there in the corner with a big old smile on my face. That would solve my problems. Actually, funny story. So, when I was in the airport, right, I went to the fucking LA airport. I wanted to go early because I wanted to find, like, go to some gift shops and get something for my kids. So I'm already at the airport early. And then I find out that my flight has been delayed by 3 hours, and I'm already 4 hours early. So I got to spend 7 hours in the airport. I make my way through security, and I'm pissed. I call my wife, explain to her the situation, and I'm fucking fuming. So there was this burger place, I can't remember the name of it, but it had like a little walk-up screen that you could place your order with. And I walked up to it, and it asks you to put in your name and place your order, and yeah, I guess it just saves some time, right? So I place my order, put in my name. Shake Shack? No. And then there's another guy next to me because there's only two things. He does the same thing. Like 2 minutes later, me and this guy are standing there, and the guy behind the register looks up, and he looks down, and he looks up at his 2 tickets, and he goes, "Are you both Chris?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You guys just ordered the exact same order, too. We're both named Chris. We both ordered the exact same thing at the exact same time." Turned out he was on the same flight, too. We also have the same wife? No. No, we both kind of just gave a ha-ha and then went on about our days. We were probably both too pissed about our flight getting delayed. Non-Arsha grinding streamer? Hey, us PvE alts gotta stay safe, you know? Once I found out that I could grind with XP buffs, I actually just want to focus on XP. I'm not too worried about grinding on Arsha. I want the XP. Give me that XP. Didn't ask his wife's name? That would have been funny. Could you imagine if it was the same thing? Yeah, I was so mad that day. I was so mad and sad because I knew that I was going to miss my connecting flight. I had like a 1.5 hour layover, which was basically just enough time to get off my plane, run my ass through customs, and get on my next plane, and then I was going to be home that night. And because of the delay, obviously my plane will have already arrived at home by the time I'm landing in Toronto. So, I arrived just as the Air Canada kiosks were closing down, and I walked up to them and I said, I know I missed my flight, what are we going to do about it? And they said, we're booking you on the next flight in the morning. I'm like, oh great. And it was like, what, 11:30-ish at night? And my flight left at 8. Which means I would have had to be at the airport for like 6. So even if they would have sent me to a hotel, I would have had enough time. By the time I got to the hotel, I would have had like 4 hours of sleep before I would have had to get up and come back to the airport. So I ended up just sleeping in the airport. I legit just found a nice little corner and put my bag under my head, and I ended up watching all 3 Equalizers. I actually didn't even end up sleeping. I might have dozed off a couple times, but it wasn't exactly comfortable. Yeah. Oh, it was sore. It was sore. I tried to get some food too, and there was like a 7-Eleven hot case in the Toronto airport, but like all of the taquitos and stuff that were in there, and the potato wedges and the chicken, you could tell that they were made like probably at least 6 hours ago and been just sitting under a heat light, so they were fucking dried out. But food was food. Everything else was closed. I was hoping that I could at least, like, there'd be like a restaurant that was open up late, and I could go there and just like sit down and kill an hour or two, have a couple drinks, and have like a nice meal. But I couldn't even have that. I think I've dialed in the settings really nicely on this monitor. I'm super happy with it, Chad. I can't, every fucking time I think about it, I can't stop thinking about it. It ended up exceeding my expectations. I am so I am so happy I didn't fucking make that impulse purchase like a month ago, too. I actually need to pull all the plastic off of it too. You know how it has that protective film over like a bunch of the parts of it? I still haven't pulled all that stuff off because I was like, if this thing's garbage, I'm gonna put it back in the box anyway. It's no point peeling all that shit off. But I still need to pull a bunch of that shit off. Oh, a 320 hertz IPS. 2K though, yeah, 1440p. And the weirdest thing is it actually does 4K, but it's not native 4K. How does that work? I turned it on and it'll only do 4K at 120 hertz, but man, the text and everything looks awful because it's not a native 4K. Yeah. My first transition to a higher than 60 hertz monitor. Well, I guess technically it was ages ago because I used to use a CRT back in the day and they could actually do over 60 hertz, right? But then LCDs and stuff became more popular mainstream. Nobody sold CRTs anymore. And I actually regretted for a long period of time there. I can't remember why I stopped using the CRT. Maybe it died. But I regretted making the transition because it just felt like such a visual downgrade for the convenience of having a smaller monitor. But when I finally went back to a higher refresh rate monitor was back in 2010 approximately, maybe 2011. And I still have that monitor today. And it was the very first G-Sync monitor and it had 144 hertz. It originally didn't come with G-Sync. They sold the monitor originally with ultra low motion blur, the ULMB, which is like a strobing effect to eliminate or reduce motion blur. And that's what the monitor was originally sold as. But like 6 months later was when NVIDIA started pushing G-Sync for the first time. And they rebranded the exact monitor I bought and started reselling it with a G-Sync module. And I guess NVIDIA and Asus wanted to get people who already bought that monitor the option to upgrade. So if you were willing to void your warranty, you could actually buy the upgrade kit from NVIDIA's website. You would have to open up your monitor and swap the hardware yourself, but it would enable G-Sync. And I ended up doing that. And yeah, that monitor is still working just as good as the day I bought it. And, you know, obviously going from 60 to 120 hertz, super noticeable, or 144 hertz, super noticeable upgrade. And yeah, going from a 144 to a 320 proportionally is approximately the same upgrade. It's going from 60 to 144 is like what, a 240% increase in frames, and going from 144 to 320 is like a 220% increase. And yeah, it's, oh my god, I can't even talk. And I'm not even getting a full 320 FPS right now. When I'm in an environment where I am, it is just unbelievable how smooth it is. And the clarity that that smoothness brings. And it was such a good price too, compared to overpriced and overhyped OLEDs. That's right, Chad. I said it again. Wait for it. Yeah. Yeah, they're overpriced because they're so hyped right now. And all the OLED users are like vegans. They can't help but talk about their OLEDs. I just kid, by the way. I know lots of you guys have OLEDs and you guys aren't like that. It's just a fun analogy. I do think OLEDs are great. I just don't think that they're great for me. Yeah. That reminds me of, I remember when my aunt bought her first HD TV, and she still just had basic cable hooked up to it. And she got the TV, and she's like, she invited everybody over for dinner that night because she was so excited. And she's like, look how good the picture looks. And you realize that it's still just fucking basic cable hooked up to it. She's not even watching an HD video or anything. It just, I didn't have the heart to tell her. I was like, yeah, wow. Very nice. Here, I'll pop the link in. Actually, if you type the monitor command, it should pop up. I think you made a command for it, didn't you? The monitor that I bought is only $350 US, which is, and it's a really high-end IPS. Not the highest-end IPS, but, you know, definitely, like, on the lower end of the high end of the IPS. Only problem is now I have two 27-inch 2K monitors and one 24-inch 1080p monitor. And now the 1080p monitor looks so out of place. The symmetry of my setup is ruined. Unless I put it in the middle. Which I am not doing. Time to get a second monitor. Or a third monitor, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, no, if you're just like a part-time gamer and watch movies and stuff, I think OLEDs are fantastic. If you're willing to pay the bit of a premium. But, you know, they're fantastic. I need to get an Asus sponsorship. Maybe I should reach out to them. Be like, look, I'm talking so good about your monitors. Why don't you guys send me another one? And I'll just put a link below my stream. You give me a little kickback for every monitor I sell. I don't know if they do that. Watch them be like, sure, and then they send me an OLED. Right where I left you. Again. You keep coming back, and I'm still bouncing this ball off the same wall. Would it make me insane to think you'd be doing something else? They do say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. I think it was Einstein who said that, right? Now I could fail 9 times in one day. Hey, what value would your armors have if they didn't have as much struggle as your weapons, Seth is? Is that the Danny Destroyer? Oh my goodness. It's cooked? Uh-oh. Do you not have the gear score? Are you not 810? Time to get swiping, Danny. You're 18 under? Oh, that's easy. They're doing a 1+1 pack? That's easy. Just go dress up as a Zerker, wear your Zerker outfit, go stand out on the corner, stick your knee out a little bit, you know, do that a couple nights a week. You'll make some money. You'll be able to get your 810 gear score in no time. Every time this frog here spawns, Danny, it reminds me of you. I miss the days when you used to send me pictures of frogs. Hey, chat. Why should you always invite a frog to your party? Or, sorry, why do frogs throw the best parties? Because you know that party's always hopping. Because they always... What? The hell you just say, Mojito? That was riveting? Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Halfway to my next one, chat. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta check my credit card for something. 1 second, my wife asked me to check something and I can't find the thing with the tracking number on it. Okay, I'm back. Had to find a tracking number for something that I'm supposed to get a refund on. Just wanted to make sure it was delivered. Search. Okay. Oh, let's go rebuff. Or 1 second, chat. The fuck? How's my raw durability doing? 57. Almost done. Yeah, type it !sageguide. There's a command there that'll link to a really good Awakened Sage Guide. Has a whole bunch of different combos. Also, kind of breaks down the priority system. All that shit. Really useful. I highly recommend it. I don't remember if I did my Pit of the Undying. Pretty sure I did. Anybody remember what it's called? Can you search in that window? Oh, you can too. Oh god. Maybe if I search pit. Did nothing pop up? I don't know. I'm missing my villa, aren't I? I better fix that before I start getting fucking bounced around like popcorn. Oh shit, get away from that. Get away from that. You leave that alone. I had some chicken thighs I want to make for dinner tonight. What should I make with them, chat? Give me some ideas. Hands. Make some hands with some chicken thighs. I don't know. I don't think I will. I'm gonna take the chicken thighs, skin on, bone in. I'm going to cook it in a pan, skin side down, get a real nice crispy skin on it. Flip it over, season it, finish it in the oven. And then after, I'm gonna pull the pan out when the chicken's ready, put it on a plate to rest. And then I'm gonna make nice little pan sauce to put over the chicken. I'll probably throw some gochujang in the sauce. Probably make like a little pan sauce with like gochujang, honey, some soy sauce. Yeah. Rice, asparagus. I don't have any asparagus. Asparagus sounds delicious. I haven't actually had asparagus in a minute. I love asparagus. I like the idea of rice though. Definitely go great with some rice. It's got that nice sweet and tangy, spicy sauce with the chicken. Could just put it over the rice with a bit of the sauce on top. Maybe I'll do like some broccoli, and then it'll be like you could kind of turn it into like a stir fry kind of deal. That sounds like a good idea. It'll be like a deconstructed stir fry. That's even a thing. Actually, I might debone the thighs before I cook them too. Oh shit, I let one of them die. Yeah. Yeah, he put in his 2 weeks notice, I think, yesterday. Am I muted? No, I'm just chilling. I'm just vibing. I don't really have anything to say. I should just yap. If you want to yap, you can yap. You'll get me yapping. I'm just marveling in the glory of my new monitor. I'm thinking about how I would love to actually have some time to play some PoE too. Last night I went to go play. Remember I had all that running around to do? By the time I finished setting up my new monitor, I was like, okay, cool, I got a little bit of time, I'm gonna play some PoE. And then the servers went down for that quick little patch last night for 3.1 or 0.31. So I didn't even get to play last night either. And I was like, for fuck's sakes, god damn it. I got enough time to log in, and I had a tower nearby, and I was like, I'm gonna tablet this tower, and I threw 3 tablets in it. I got on the map, and then the notice popped up saying 0.31's coming, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Those, I don't know what they're gonna do about those tablets I put in there. Maybe they'll refund them, I don't know. Probably not.
Why you never answer a question, you fucking dog shit streamer. Bye.
Bye. He sounded so sad. That actually makes me feel guilty. Yeah. I checked his chat history and he asked me the same question yesterday. It's just funny, right? Because it's not even like a nuanced question or something that requires elaboration. It's something that he could quite literally see. If he just hung around here for any period of time, he would have got his answer without even having to ask the question. Yeah, muted monitor, uh-huh. Got a lot of silent fragments today. 5 of them. 6 of them, actually. I went all day yesterday and didn't get one. And I grinded, I swear, twice as long as I did today.
Why you never answer question? You fucking dogs hit streamer. Bye.
Oh, you forgot the baby cry at the end. Isn't that a thing? I can't remember.
Cry.
No.
Emotional damage.
I know there's something. Maybe it's baby?
Baby.
No, it's not baby. Don't call me baby, Brian. Maybe it's baby cry.
Baby underscore cry.
Oh, fuck you, Brian. You suck. There it is. Yo, I was close. Wait, if there's baby cry 2, why isn't there baby cry 1? Oh, there is! Ah, okay. What's Baby Cry 3, though? Do we have a trilogy?
Baby_cry3.
No. Only a sequel. Actually, that reminds me. Whatever happened to Trilogy? I feel like we haven't seen him around in a hot minute. Maybe because Neptunes hasn't been streaming as much video. Now that I think about it, that was the most of the time I saw him. No. They made evasion stop affecting PvE for a long time now. I think that's part of the reason, too, why they combined the armors. It's because evasion was at a massive disadvantage when grinding, especially at a place like Orzekia before the Adani armors came out. If you were in an evasion class wearing evasion armors, that place was stressful to grind. Which honestly, from a PvE perspective, I think it makes balancing PvE a lot easier. I think it makes sense. PvP, it's definitely heavily skewed in favor of DR. But that, I don't feel like evasion needs to be buffed. I think it's just like how giga stack you DR needs to be, you're able to stack DR needs to be nerfed. Maybe a little bit touch of both, but because if they nerf DR, it could potentially nerf evasion at the same time too, right? Depending on how they go about it. So it really depends on how they decide to address the DR meta. If they nerf it in a way that impacts evasion as well, then they'll probably have to maybe do some slight tweaking upwards for evasion. Well, evasion classes gained DR, which obviously benefits evasion classes having more DR. But everybody also got a fuckload of AP, which canceled out the DR that the evasion classes got. And the evasion classes, at best, stayed the exact same evasion, but everybody gained over the course of like the month leading up to and the release of Adania, like 160 accuracy for free, right? 50 on their on the Garmoth, 50 on the gloves, and up to 60-ish on the offhand. And there was no sacrifice that had to be made for that accuracy, right? On top of that, you know, the evasion crystals, the accuracy crystals got a slight bump. Not in accuracy, but in AP, right? Once you upgrade them. The evasion crystals got a slight bump, but they were an absolutely terrible trade-off before, to the point where people were choosing Pen Centaur over the crystal. Now it's obviously, you're never going to wear a Pen Centaur. It's a little bit better. Like I said, the issue I don't feel is like with how weak evasion is. I think it's just how strong the DR scaling is right now. But yeah, the evasion people, back to my point, if you were a class that had an evasion offhand, your evasion actually went down at the same time of everybody's accuracy going up. And then the DR you gained was offset by the AP everybody gained. And it's put evasion in a pretty rough spot. A lot of people also don't understand how evasion works now. It's more of like a glancing blow. It's not like in the past where, you know, if you dodged an attack, you avoided 100% of that damage. Now, the proportional damage reduction is proportional to the dodge chance. So, if you have a 10% chance to dodge, that means when you do dodge, you dodge 10% of the damage as well. So 10% dodge chance is actually only a 1% reduction in the damage you take. What that means is at the lower levels, evasion scales really, really badly, really poorly. And so much accuracy has been added to the game that it's damn near impossible to get to the higher levels now. Unless you're running 6 evasion crystals, but it's very easy for somebody to equip, you know, 3 accuracy crystals to counter 6 evasion crystals, where if someone's wearing 6 DR crystals, there's no AP available to counter that. Now, one of the solutions you might hear when people hear that information, they might say, oh, well, maybe they just need to buff the AP crystals. But unfortunately, that creates a whole other separate issue with ranged classes and iframe heavy classes. There is nothing I would love more as an Awakened Sage than having them buff the AP crystals, because that would be such a massive power spike for a class like mine that iframes a lot and is constantly doing medium range damage. And obviously ranged classes would absolutely love that too, right? Because they would much rather kill people before they even get close. And yeah, that would be one way to deal with the classes, the people who are running 6 DR Dawns. But think about what that means for every melee class in the game that is super armor heavy, that needs to at least be able to run 1 or 2 of those DP crystals in order to survive. If the 6 DR people can't survive, then the 2 DR people, they will never survive. They will die before they ever get anywhere close to a ranged class. So I don't think that that is a solution. I think they just got to reduce how high you can stack the DR. Figure out some possible diminishing return when you're stacking more than 2 of those crystals or something, right? It's I think that's part of the reason why it's taking them a while to address those crystals. Because there's some nuance behind it, and you don't want to... Man, like I said, I would love it. They all of a sudden said, we're going to make the AP Huns also give 10 more 10 player damage per crystal, and I get to gain 60 player damage? Oh my god. Oh, it'd be so crazy, but it would be so bad. It'd be rough. Could remove the DR ones, you think so? I feel like that would leave the DR stackers that are actually trying to build somewhat hybrid in a pretty rough spot. Like, that'd be kind of rough for warriors and be a huge hit to Zerks. Although we all hate Zerks, don't we? Zerks are rare nowadays. But the funny thing is, they're not rare. Within the context of PvP. Within the context of PvE, practically anything that's below average is rare. When it comes to PvP, though, which is the whole conversation we're having, Zerkers are far from being rare. Yeah. Yeah, like Ninja, Suck Ninja, Awakened Drac. Both really good grinders, but rare. Even Awakened Nova back in the day, which was largely considered the best grinder in the game, there was only a handful of people who did it. Because it turns out, if you want a class to be popular, it's not about how good it is, it's more about how easy it is. Like Suck Megu, for example. I remember when that shit first came out. In my very first hour on it, I pulled more trash in my Awakening Sage that I had put in, at that point, thousands of hours into. I made more trash while learning the class on the fly. Yeah, people want those comfy grinders. Going AOS, is that where all the Kunos are? Kunos, ninjas. Like Awakened Sage is still going to be quite good. Quite good. I think the stamina management, though, and the forward guard on Lightning Prison, though, is going to definitely weed out the bad Awakened Sages. Because that's a pretty big deal. It's manageable in a 1v1, but in a 3v3 environment, if you're not paying really close attention to your positioning, you're going to get messed up in your Lightning Prison. But damn, the damage you can put out as Awakened Sage is still phenomenal. There was, not Node War last night, but the night before, Divios. I was off to the side in Viralium, Grim, and someone else was trying to kill me, and I quickly killed all three of them. And I had to, after, go check the VOD, because I killed them all so fast, because I'm running 1100 AP. And he was like, what the fuck was that damage? 1100 AP goes kind of crazy. I did use it, yeah. I got my 3K crons. Yeah. That's while absorbed. I'm at 1100 AP. But I had the new juiced courage. I had obviously AP house buff. Absolutely full glass crystals. Yeah, it's I think I'm like actually like 1110 AP. One of these days I want to get an AP crystal and run that setup and just kill all the 6 DR crystal people running in and just start blowing them up for 30 minutes because there's so many of them and they just run in because they don't give a fuck about, you know, taking some damage. I just feel like it would be funny watching them all afraid to dive in. Because at 1100 AP, I'm actually moving their health bar. I could one combo them, but you obviously can't combo. When you're that much glass, I can't be sitting there comboing somebody, right? I'm going to get blasted by a ranger. But if I had an AP stone, I legit could be killing them in like upsurges and judgments and shit. It would be hilarious. I wonder if I could find it. The fuck? Why isn't this fucking shit working on my other monitor? It's pissing me off right now. Oh, cool. It actually remembered where I left off watching it. Okay, gotta rewind it a little bit. God damn it! Fuck. Could go over here for a second. Okay, this is approximately around the part. About like 20 seconds later or something. He sees me and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill Zethian." The power of 1100 AP on a super iframey class. But like, I overcommit to one ability, and if there's a ranger on my back, I disappear just as fast. I am so squishy. I'm walking on a tightrope the whole time. Oh yeah? Yeah, I didn't get to catch your games yesterday. I tuned into your stream once I finally got home and sat down, and you were just finishing. How's Wukong feeling in the AOS? Probably still frustrating because of the lack of catches, right? Seems like it's not really a... Seems like you're just going to be kind of stalling, waiting for someone to get a catch. Like a more mobile Sork. Except, yeah, without all the iframes of a Sork. What's this? Damn, wait a minute. You had some fucking damage. But is that damage because you're living after your partners have died and you're just constantly padding your stats after they're dead? Because that's the Sork classic in AOS. And then they'll blame their teammates. They'll be like, look at all the catches and damage I did. Even though they spent a minute and a half after their partners are dead just iframing. Wait, I'm kind of gaming. Let's see. Oh. That's rough, too. I just realized Kuma. I thought Kuma was a mystic, but looks like she's on a wand there. I imagine Awakened, too. Then you have the Ninja Kuno? Damn, you almost had them there, though. Two of them were at 14 at the very end there. That was kind of close. Yeah. And then when it cancels the damage too, because the damage all comes out in the end. I remember that used to piss me off with Reckless Blow. Where you'd throw the ability, but this re-CC would come out. Almost felt like it was delayed after the swing. And then you just get no return out of it, even though you did like 90% of the animation. You had to use every single one of them, huh? Divios, I was thinking, and you probably already have this as a plan, so you're probably going to take your 5 event stones, see if you can hit 4 of those 5, because if you do, then you could do Kafras next week. If you manage to go 4 or 5. Yeah. Yeah, not likely. You have to hit, what, 3 30% chances, and, what, the pen is probably a 20% chance? I have to hit 4 if I want to do Kafras. I have like a 1 in 2,000% chance to do it. point. Basically, almost a Pen Fallen God chance. That's basically a Pen Fallen God click. So you're saying there's a chance? I said the exact same thing when we did the math. The exact same thing. It reminds me of that Dumb and Dumber scene. Where he's trying to pick up that girl and he's like, what, 1 in 100? She's like 1 in a million? And he's like, so you saying there's a chance? And he's fucking so happy. Ah, what a stupid movie. I love it. That's such a good scene. We need more Jim Carrey movies. Rubbing the blanket, yeah. Settling him some dead birds. Oh, God. Oh, that is some fucked up shit. Yeah. I'm absolutely signing up. I'm just worried that I'm not going to be able to show up and I'm going to be down 10 bill. I hope that it's at a reasonable time, but between the times I got to pick up my kids from school and bring them to dance and all that stuff, I legit, just for the rewards of showing up, I'll just remote into my PC and go into the match and die. Get my 10 bill back and get my crons. Because even just being in like the top 32, and like I bet a lot of classes, there's definitely not going to be 32 people signed up. You're going to get 20k crons just for signing up. So I'm definitely signing up. I just hope that the timing is going to work out, and I'm not going to end up down 10 bill. How many gardens do you think will join? Oh, I can't imagine there's many. But yeah, with a prize pool like that, I don't know. I know there's going to be a lot of people who aren't going to like the idea of having to submit ID to prove that they're over 18. Junso? Yeah, maybe he'll come back. I haven't seen Junso in forever. If it's anything to go off of last time, there's literally 12 to 16 per group. Yeah, but the rewards are much better this time. Just for signing up. All you gotta do is sign up and show up, and you're practically gonna get like a huge pile. Oh god, here goes Dragar again. He's finally perked up in his chair. What's he gonna type? You appreciate me? Shit. See, now you're throwing me off. I don't know what to expect now. Didn't expect that. Sork iframe competition? Oh, I remember the best in class watching the Sorks fight each other. They would all run knockdown resist too, and it was just like a constant back and forth of them resisting each other's combos. It was so taking forever to catch each other and then resisting each other's combos. That shit was so funny. Oh, goddamn. What we talking about today? We were bad-mouthing Inlave. You on board? Remember, Etsu, if you're not with us, you're against us. At least Amy. Yeah. Yeah, you can't just idle with those weapons out on those Ascension classes, eh? I was also saying, like, and maybe Etsu could give some feedback, maybe not necessarily to us, but to PA. When it comes to that tournament, if for some stroke of good luck I manage to win on NA, there's a 0% chance I'll get to go to KR. I got way too much going on. It was already such a huge... It was such a fluke when it landed, and there's a 0% chance I'd get to go to KR. So I'm hoping that if for some reason whoever wins can't go, then maybe they take the number 2 or whatever. Number 3. Because I wanna... That's actually really... I'm excited. That's what I'm really excited about. Oh, is... Wait, are they having a follow-up tournament? Like, where all the winners fight each other? Because that's what I assumed that the purpose of it was, right? So that we could find out who's the best of each class in the world. And that sounds awesome to watch. See how many... NA will win, like, 26 of the 27 classes, and EU will win shy. Yeah. I'm not a 9-hour-a-day grinder, for one. And for two, taking 5 hours off while my kids are in school is a little different than having to take, like, a week off to go to Korea. Whatever happened to you appreciating me, Dragar? I'm fucking pissed at you again. I don't feel bad anymore. Fuck you. Etsu, can you ban him or something? Time for a family vacation? No, we already have a family vacation planned in April, and that's my kids' dance competition. I'm gonna be gone for a full week. We actually just booked the hotel last night. And $1,200 for the hotel. It's gonna be $2,000 for the flights. Plus, I gotta pay for transportation and food and all that shit when we're down there. Probably gonna be like $6,000 after it's all said and done. But I feel a lot better about that time off and watching my kids have fun with their friends and get to travel. It was something I never got to do when I was a kid. My parents just couldn't afford to have me in any activities, never mind travel for competitions and stuff. So it actually brings me a lot of joy watching them have fun and get to experience a lot of that stuff. Let me be miserable. Oh, my bad. My bad. Hey, what's up, Chief? Speaking of Chief, where's Chief been? Did he? Hated the striker changes? Yeah. Oh, Discombobulate, you're right. I haven't seen him in a hot minute either. Oh, true. I can't wait for Divios to win on day one because there's no other Wukongs. Oh my god. I ran into Dukes in a match of my like 13 games that I played. How many did I play? Dukes was one of them. And oh my god. Where is it? It was probably the loss. No. Where was Dukes? Maybe he wasn't. I could have swore he was on the Sage. Maybe it was a practice game? No, he's on a Dosa there. Wouldn't have been these practice games. I know I faced him once. When he was on Sage. I could have swore it was one of these. No. No. Look at this on Ethical Game. Nobody could tell what was going on in that screenshot, in that scene. That was so funny. Oh, that was so fucked up. That was so fucked up. You know, it's not even that. It's the three of us. And then Neptune's on top of that gets like one of his favorite people on his team. It was pure fucking cinema. He was streaming too. It was so goddamn funny. Not only were we three completely busted Awakened Sage mains, but he had somebody he hated on his team. The shit talk that was going on their side while he was streaming was just cinema. It was so good. Double Awakened Wusa. Oh my goodness. against 3 Suck Novas? Oh my god, I just realized. Jesus. Did they run a phalanx on you? They're all fucking back to back with their shields in front of them? Impenetrable fortress? Oh my goodness. That's awful too, because you have 2 Awakened Wusas who don't have grabs and rely on catching people in forward guards, but those guys have SA forward guards. That is fucking funny. You ended up winning though. Or Zekia be a good grind spot? It is a pretty good grind spot, yeah. Oh, fuck, I popped the shitty loot scroll. Oh, were you streaming that match? Well, that'd be kind of funny to watch. Z plus win buff, let's see. Win buff is so good on Suck Sage too when you get your hands on that shit. On Awakened Sage, I just run out of my main damage abilities. Oh my goodness. You got fucking kill stolen there though. What is that class? What is that fucking class? How does Inflict say it? Is Wukong it?
Baby baby underscore cry baby baby underscore cry baby baby underscore cry.
Yeah, you fucked it up.
Why you bully me?
Oh, I'm loving it. When I was looking it up, I was mainly just looking for something with a higher refresh rate, right? I was pretty content with my previous monitor. But spec-wise, it looked like it was supposed to, like, visually look the same, just be smoother. And it actually just looks better, too. It's definitely exceeded my expectations. The only thing I'm regretting now is maybe I should have waited and just bought a 5090. Maybe I should have stuck it out with my 2070, or sorry, my 3080 Ti a bit longer, and bought a 5090. Because, you know, now that my monitor's capable of displaying 320 hertz, I have this overwhelming urge to try to make sure that I'm driving the monitor that hard. I wish PA would upgrade the FSR and add DLSS support. Because those technologies have come such a long way that it's such a minor visual reduction for pretty significant FPS increases. Yeah. Well, NVIDIA doesn't support, BDO doesn't support DLSS at all. You can't even force it. Do they have a different upscaler? Yeah, that type of scaling and stuff too is only going to be useful when you're GPU bound, right? And most of the situations where your FPS is dropping like crazy, it's not your GPU holding you back, it's your CPU, like in Node War and Siege when you're standing outside a castle with 300 people. I think that's where frame generation really comes into play. Because then you're not taking the input latency hit. And you're just getting extra frames. Yo, what's up, Paulie? You're scared to hit pity with the 10 stones this week? Yeah, I can't wait. This week's my week. I'm gonna bounce back. I'm gonna be the 1 in 2,000. I'm gonna hit 8 out of my 9 stones. Guaranteed. Yeah. I was just saying that. After, like, I think this event's supposed to last, is it 2 weeks or 1 week? But it's funny because we originally, like, when they first talked about it and implied that we were only going to get 1 stone a week. If this event goes on for 2 weeks, by the end of that week, we will have already received as many stones since the Adana release as we originally thought it was going to take a year to get. Oh, it's only once per family? Oh, okay, so they're gonna let it run for 2 weeks, but you can only do it once? Because I remember hearing there was gonna be like 2 weeks. Have enough time to do one more cycle, and then I gotta call it a day. Oh, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it a whole lot. 6 more stones, and we're almost done another one. I just do the vicious shadows next for when I'm doing my bosses. Then do the evasion defense, and then lull evasion offense. I might not even do that evasion offense one. If you're gonna run full offense, there's no reason to be evasion doing it. I have 2 extra DR artifacts too. Mm-hmm. Another one. It's just that easy. One of these days is going to be really important information, and I'm going to actually make it the what command, and everybody's going to ignore it, because they're going to be like, nope, I'm not getting baited, and then you're all going to miss out. Oh, fun's over, you guys. That's his back. Yeah, the feds are here. Back it up. I don't think we really said shit. We've been just sitting here watching people come in here, type the what command. There's actually some really riveting and exciting information in that link. It's super relevant to PA. Come on, Beelzebub. I gotta go. Right after I kill this guy during the AFK phase, I'm gonna find someone to raid while I, wrap it up here. Gotta go pick up my daughter from school in 15 minutes. Oh my goodness, Chad! Oh, what a good stretch. Okay. Choice is streaming. I rated him the other day, though. Let's see. Oh, Divios is just firing up. I'll send you guys over to the dragon. He's gonna have a lot to talk about. A lot of people are going to be asking him about the tournament stuff. And he's definitely going to be a much more in tune with all that shit than I am, my PV looking ass. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Super chill stream. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same channel. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Good luck with your enhances. Good luck with your grinding. We'll catch you all soon.